Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome aboard Flying with Mike. We're a little bit in the retro world. Flying today, Pan Am. And the Clipper Water Witch stands in the gate here. We're all hooked up. We're ready to go. All we need to know is the destination, and that is down there in the title for this. We're headed from San Francisco, where we left off last flight, headed over to JFK. So we got a little bit of a travel today, so we'll try to make it as enjoyable as possible, the 4.5 hour flight. So, but for now, here we are standing in the gate, hooked up, ready to go on VATSIM and looking for you to board the plane. So, you know what? Let's hop in the office and let's get going to JFK. All right, there you are, folks. A cockpit made for 3 people to work it. It's only going to be done by one, and we hope to do it as best we can today. Today's flight, like I said, hang on a second here. Just getting one piece that I wasn't able to do offline up and running. There it is. All right, so there we go, folks. We are ready to go. Let's hop into the, well, let's do it the right way. Flight engineer comes aboard first. All right, so we're already powered up, battery and ground power only. So I've also turned down the VATSIM radio here. Hopefully I'll remember to turn it back up so we can hear. So actually it shouldn't be hard to realize what I did when it happens, if it happens. So looks like a lot of panel here, folks, but really, quite frankly, it's pretty easy to navigate. So first thing I want to do, we're going to kind of scroll down here. Here are your engines that the flight engineer monitors. The big ones on the ground here are the quantities of oil. We're in the green, we're good. Above it is your electrics from this panel over to include these panels over. So let's do some fire checks real quick. Whoop. So let's see. Oh, welcome in Orb 505. We sure appreciate you coming aboard. Let me find that. Oh, I hate one. There it is. Okay. All right, we got those fire alarms checked. Kind of come across the top here. We got one more set of fire alarms I want to check. Do a squib of the main engines. See if I can get that to show right. I always have troubles. Okay. And we're going to check our equipment cooling. Just going for tests. Okay. Our aft cargo. And our cargo. We'll just... Okay, that's good. All right, that takes care of all of those. Why don't we just come on down? Okay. Push in test. All those worked out good. Gears good. Backup, primary, secondary, and the doors aren't going to work. Press to test. Lamp test here. And everything's looking good, ready here. Okay. And finally, well, we haven't fueled yet, so we'll come back to that panel here in a minute, but we'll do a lamp test before we fire things up. Okay, all the lamps appear to be working. And we've got our lighting set for the flight. Now, I tossed the coin quite a bit yesterday. Do I fly early morning out of San Francisco to JFK? That way we stay mostly daylight. Or do we do a red eye? You can tell we chose the early morning. Okay, with all those tests, we're going to come up here and finish up the overhead. So all of the guards are down, yaw dampers are set. Anti-skid I've already turned off and armed the body gear. Set my lights. Obviously you can tell. Oh, excuse me. We are in an aligned status with the IRUs. I should say INS system, my bad. Ignitions are in the off position, working our way down. Now, both these units are not functional in the Felis. However, for effect, I do it. I put them on high. Cell cow, high 1, high 2. The UHF to USB. Lights off. Okay, wheel fire. Test the voice recorder. 2. You're looking for 2 pings this way. Okay, we're in a line. We'll come back to that in a minute. Start valves closed. We're in norm. Emergency lights on. I'm going to go ahead and kick the no smoking on because we're about to start fueling. And we're good there. To nav. Just going through. And again, this UHF also not usable. I also set in upper sideband. Nav and logo lights I want on while we're in the stand. Then we come up to the final panel. Radio, both essential and 2 are on. We'll do a stall test. Lock. Overwrote. We don't want to over-rotate if we can at all possible not do that. Check our probe heats. And I've already got our window heats set. Light check. Everything's lit up top. Coming down. I got all the light bulbs working there and all the way down. All right. Turn that off. All right. Now, as the flight engineer, I have technically done really all I should up front, but I take it a step further and I get the checks done, not the setting of the panel, but checking each item. So I'll go through and I'll set a ILS, which was 5.5. Okay, what that allows me to do, if I turn on my flight director, I can do a check what's called upper left. What it's going to do, and by the way, I have removed the columns because it makes it easier. When we go up and left, what we're going to see is this go left, and we'll see the needle up. And that's what we're looking for. Same thing down right. Now it moved to the right. It's already to the right, and we see the needle down. Okay, over here, same check done right here. There's the left and up, down, and it's already to the right, so we're good. And then I just take them off. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and we'll leave them off for now. Okay, then we come across, once we're done here, we then check everything out. Make sure everything's in heading, dual, off, Just in case, make sure the autopilots are even off in the auto throttle. Okay, set your panel lighting clear, and then we start working our way over. So we have push to test 1, push to test 2, these 2 buttons here. I don't do inhibit ground, I just do the max indication reset. Then I click altitude alert test, and then I dial down. Familiar sound to a lot of you. Testing at the altitude alert, and then I'll get it back up. I put it around 5,000. You know, it's really captain's call on that. Ground proximity.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Pull up. Glide slope. Glide slope. Pull up.
Okay. Rudder ratio, all we're going to get is, I believe it's that light to come on. Okay. And again, all right, next level. Okay, that's a good test. Don't know why I've lost my audible here of late. Not sure, but I have, and I don't know why. Hopefully that won't pose a problem. Okay, coming across. Same thing on the first officer side. It's 3. Test. Okay. Then I come over and I'll turn just the screen up to 25. The radar is still off, folks, but we turn it up. Check the lower level, make sure all your switches are closed unless MEL'd for them to be opened, and we work our way over, and you'll see these 2 radars are slaved together. Altimeters are slaved together, helps out the only one. So if you set this one, you'll set that one. Pretty simple stuff. So, and what I'll do is right now we're flying FMS. We're going to keep it simple. As the phrase says, folks, keep it simple, stupid. That's how I like to fly. So, K, J, F, K. All right, so there we go, folks. Load Charlie, check standby power is in normal. Okay, hang on, we'll do that. Thanks for the first time chat. Okay. Let's give it a try. What the heck? Yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling I've muted it out somehow. But thanks, hello, Mr. Original Big Mac. Welcome aboard as well. Okay, and back to route menu, pilot, F plan. We didn't get very far. It'll be PAA0. Just go 14. Call sign today is Clipper 14. However, you're going to find me out there as PAA0014. All right. Where am I at? Okay, we need to do a departure. And we are going out on the San Fran. Oh, you're right. I did not select a runway. Cancel. 28 left. So, San Francisco SFO 4. And back to F plan. Next page. Right, and we're going out to, I believe it's Norm. Normm. Okay. From there, we track, where's my flight? I need my route up here to help me along. And we need Sim Toolkit. Where are you hiding? Love how they hide. There they are. All right, so here you go. There's the route. Today, we're going to be doing the loadout here in a moment. I want to get the flight plan in, finish up here, and then get us up on the APU, and we'll be ready to go on the boarding. Oh, what was I going to do? Oh, I know. Loadout. Okay, today we're flying with 292 daring souls in the back of the plane for a total payload of 124,640 pounds. Now that includes some 60,000 pounds of cargo. We'll get it all loaded up here in a moment. So you got our zero fuel weight showing. That's what we're estimating. And then we're going to block out of here with 151,388 pounds of fuel. So we're going to be quite heavy. Mach 85 is our profile, and we got a couple of step climbs across the country, OCS and Northbrook there in the Chicagoland. Top out is 37, but we'll start at 33. So finally, winds as of 15:10, about 2.5 hour old, averaging 259 at 46. Now, we are going to pull the weather here because you know what? We got weather pretty horrible on the ends of the country. Not too bad right here in the middle. I know out to our west here in St. Louis, it's supposed to become more stormy overnight. We'll see. So there you go with our basic loadout, and those of you that love fuel information, there it is. I use the default layout in SimBrief to keep it simple. Told you, we kiss this method the whole time. Finally, alternates, we have Baltimore and Manchester. I don't know if Manchester can truly handle this plane, but they put it on there for us. I know they got a pretty decent runway, but I don't know. And finally, again, here's our routing. Now, let's drop down to the weather. Get that real quick here. Here we go. Almost. There we go. Come on. There we go. Okay, we're departing out of here with a few clouds at 800 feet. It's broken to 1400. Temperature here is 11 degrees, 8 degrees Celsius dew point, 30-20 for the altimeter. JFK, on the other hand, 3-mile visibility, drizzle, 400 overcast. Folks, we're going in instrument as of right now. And temperature also 11, dew point 9. Hence why the visibility is getting within that 2-degree margin when fog could start to form, and it's 3005 on the altimeter. Now, jumping ahead, about 5 hours on this. Let's see. Let's go 6. So we're at 7. Wait a minute, I'm looking wrong here. 14. Somewhere around here, folks, it's not really improving much. So we're going to have fun into JFK. Let's just say that right now. We've got rain, drizzle, maybe thunder showers, but rain, drizzle, overcast 600, overcast 400, so we'll kind of see how things work. Actually, we could run into 800, so anywhere from 400 to 800 instrument conditions, folks, into Good old JFK. All right, that'll wrap that up. We'll pull let's say that again 4 times in a row. Sim toolkit out of here. All right. And let me begin entering this flight plan. Okay, so we go to Sacramento. We'll take the one closest. Out of Sacramento, the J32. To FMG. Okay, out of the FMG, J94 to Northbrook. 94 to OBK, otherwise known as Obi-Wan Kenobi. All right, and J584. Heading over to, I believe it's Carlson there in Detroit. I do not know. Is it CRL? Next, J54. This, we'll get that again. J554. Nice thing is, if you do botch it, usually it catches it. Usually, I say again. JHW. And the J70 to LVZ, where we'll start our approach. And we'll execute. Okay. Real quick, we'll go through it. Vectors. Oh, wow. Okay. Next. What world? SAC, hopefully. Let me look at that real quick. Okay, that's the first fix. Okay, I think we cleared it up. Why didn't I see Norm? That's interesting. That's what screwed me up. I didn't know it already put Norm in there. Okay, then to FMG, everything's looking good. To LVZ. Now, once we let me do something real quick here to make sure it'll pull up the right chart. It did. Okay. Okay, let's look at this real quick. All right, so there's a sky vector in front of you, folks. So this will give you an idea how we're going across the country. Here we are. Currently, as of 1556. Oh, I hate this. We're no longer in standard time where it's 6-hour variance for me. We got 240, which is good for our runway, 900, 1400, and we're good there. See how we're trekking across the top of Salt Lake, where we came from last time, heading across the Midwest, Northbrook. Here's JHW, and we start down to Wilkes-Barre. Is it Wilkes-Barre? Oh, here it is. Make sure. Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, VOR. That's where we enter the Lindy 6. Again, just like we're on now, it's a non-RNAV approach, which is perfect for this plane. I don't know if we'll be able to fly it or not, but we'll sure give it our best. If not, we'll program it in as a backup. And then you can see the lovely weather of the East Coast, all red and pinks down here, low IFR, meaning under 200 feet. Oh my, let the airplane land itself. All right, so there you go, folks. You got your overview. Now let's make this happen, shall we? Okay, so that's all programmed in. Back to F-plan. Go to VNav. That all looks good. Cruise will be FL330. Okay, and we are done with that. This one I'm just going to set up on Prague. Got 2,096 miles ahead of us, folks. Okay, and now let's just come down. We see the spoilers are down, flaps are up, throttles work. Now, one of the checks we have to do, folks, is to make sure the takeoff config works. Now, you can do all four, but the one throttle here that is the one that checks is number 3. So, and then I make sure they move. Coming down a little further, parking brake set, fuel levers are in cutoff. Again, number 1 I've got turned down so we don't hear traffic so much interrupting us. And then we got our radios set for VATSIM, Unicom, Guard, another Unicom channel, and the international Guard. Down here we'll go to standby. And we're going to be using Takeoff dry for takeoff. Radar, as I said, is in standby, and I've tilted it up 5 degrees. Lighting is set, and so are we. So let's get the APU on so we can get this aircraft warmed up, ready to go. I did not mean to do that, folks. Sorry. Okay, so start, and then we're waiting for door open. Door open is there. We'll click start, and there she goes. Okay, looks like we are on. Get these top ones on so we can come down here, do a quick check. APU 1. Good. Okay. And then I'm going to close. Takes us off that generator. Did I just come on or did I close it? Oh, I'm clicking the wrong switch. Sorry, folks. Ah, I'll get it. Now let me go back real quick to the front here. Okay, we're good there. Okay, and we are off external power. So I am going to go ahead and tell them to disconnect. Do it this way, it's much easier.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power.
Okay.
Ground power disconnected.
Turning on the bleed air, trim air. Got all the bleeds on, or bleeds, my bad. We'll use 2 of them while we're on the ground here. And the lights are no longer lit up, so we're disconnected. Okay, we are now on internal power. I don't know why these are still showing. That's the first time I've ever noticed that. So, okay, we're good here. Got our electric pump running. Now I'm going to go ahead, head over here, and we're going to start loading. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. Little work with the house going on here. As if for those of you new, we've sold the house currently we're in, getting ready to move here within the month. And to the house we purchased about a week or 2 ago. And folks, it has been a whirlwind. Nothing but praises to God on it. It has just been amazing to watch. Okay. This over here so I can read what I need. Okay, so we're going to go 75%, 50% on cargo. So that's 75% passenger, 50% cargo. And going to dial back just a few patrons. And I'm going to dial a little bit of cargo. Okay, we're looking for, see now this is where it always gets fun. Payload wise, we're now under what we planned. 0 fuel weight, we're still over. Okay, so we need to come down to 511,329. Looks good right there. Okay, we know now our distance is 2,000. We'll call it 3,000. So we can dial in that. And all this is a guesstimator, folks. Desired flight level, well, we're going to finish up at 37. Alternate distance, I think it's 200 miles. Baltimore is 200 miles, okay. 5%, we'll go with taxi fuel of 20. Okay, by what we've entered up here, it is showing that our minimum reserve total fuel should be 201,000. Okay, so load sheet. And this is all of our information. It does not, as you can see, include fuel. Now, this will not load it, folks. Okay, so we go back to home, go to payload, and using the load sheet, there's our 292 peeps. Cargo, our resulted fuel. And what I'm going to do is just instant board. Done. So now we have our aircraft cargo people-wise loaded. Now we'll come back here to refuel. All right, so we're going to go to, oh, where is it hiding? 151. You can see, folks, I can't set back here. So 151.3, we're going to go 152. Going to also instant fuel that. And folks, if there is a way in which we can, hang on a second, let me get back in there, get that to home. Airports, we're at KSFO. All right, and I want to get the charts ready so we have them available. All right, so if there's a way to use SimBrief and load directly in from SimBrief, let me know. Fuel and cargo and payload. So we now have all of that loaded. And we're going to come down here to this panel. First thing I'm going to do is just do a check. Okay. Okay. Reset our fuel used. Okay. So we got 151.9, which is good. It's going to bring us up, let's see here, our 660, close enough. Can't really do much because I don't think. There we go. So our takeoff gross matches close to that. Let's see how it matches up here. Takeoff weight is 710. Oh, that's if we go with the 200. Okay. All right, so there we go, folks. We've got the aircraft now boarding. And we're going to get things ready to go here. All right, so we got pumps to check. Okay, can't check those. All right, we are set, and for the configuration we have 40 and 3. Okay, we're set for takeoff. And again, oil is good. All right, I think we're set. I don't think I have to do anything with the fuel. Okay, so let's find out.
Before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS.
Did I forget one? I sure did.
Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights. Hold on.
Oh, this is one we skip.
Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1, 0, 2, 7. Set and cross-check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director. Check and off. Takeoff warning. Check. Auto flight enunciators. Check. GPWS.
We checked that twice, folks.
Check.
Glide slope. Glide slope.
Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
Okay, that takes us to the next one, which we'll go right into.
Battery. On. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 151,895 pounds. Fuel panel. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, they want the pumps on.
Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Let's see.
Couple of things I know I need to set here that I didn't. And glad we run through it. 33. Actually, we'll take her up to 37. Call it 38. Okay, and I need 3020 set here. And everything looks good. Okay. Come back out. I'm going to zoom. Hopefully it resumes.
Bleed controls. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. This.
That one we skip, and I'll show you why. They're wanting it to be in GA. We're going to stay in Takeoff dry. So, check.
Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs off. Checklist completed.
Okay, we're going to keep that on till we're ready. Get to the next check right there. And this is after we start, folks. One thing I did not set, and I'm doing it right now. Okay. All right. Okay, let's get some performance information in here. While we talk about San Francisco. Now, I've seen some interesting streams here of late. Where a couple people, I'm going to actually move that back to where I had it. Right there. Okay. And then what I'm going to do here is just move this down. Okay, we're going to set the runway date. Well, first, the load sheet in here. That's definitely not our takeoff weight. Takeoff weight. Oh, hang on, I can get it the easy way. Always do things the hard way. Hang on a second, folks. Takeoff weight 660. Is that correct? That is correct. 6606. Okay, so 660, go 670. Takeoff CG, flaps 20, runway length. Okay, that's why we have this chart up. We're 11,300. Call it 11,400. Elevation 13. Don't think it'll be zeroed. Heading 284. Dry temperature outside. A balmy 11 degrees Celsius. 30-20. Right, winds currently 240 at 10. Okay. From the data here, this is what we're seeing. 138, 146, 157. That'll be our V2 and then our flap retractions at these speeds. And once we're above 10,000, we'll shoot for 317. And we'll need 4.6 on the trim. Okay, so come over here. Then I want to zoom in. Okay, so we're not going to set that, but we may not end up in the green. So what I've done is I selected the green band select so that we can get more of the 4 in the green, just to be safe. The other really big piece of information that most pilots should be concerned with, how much runway do I need? We got 6,000 feet here, folks, with this. It's a fairly decent loaded plane. So we're going to have 6,000 feet if everything goes as planned. Corrected runway of 11,700. That don't sound right, but you know, that's what we're working with. So we're going to set the speed bugs. Okay, there's our V1, V2. I'm sorry, V1 rotate V2. Flaps retracting and clean at 240. All right. So with that chart, folks, we're going to basically push back into 5, that alley, come out onto Alpha, right on Fox 1 to Fox, following Fox all the way out. Here's the hold points, and 28 left. Okay, from 28 left. Okay, again, San Francisco 4. So let's go ahead and start putting in the frequencies here. 15.8. Actually, I'm going to put in Sacramento 15.2. Well, and 280 or 281. Okay, 281 as well. Whoop. All right. Over on this one, we'll put 15. For Sacramento, and that's just a direct, folks. So for 13 miles, we'll fly straight out to norm, right turn unless we have ATC changing it. direct Sacramento. All right, and as our directions say, climb on radial 281 to norm, expect vectors to assigned route and fix. Also, there is no ATC or no assigned altitude, but we're going to use the 5,000 to our advantage. And I am going to boost this up to 240. Okay. Well, we're Orb, thanks. Yeah, we're hoping the move goes smoothly too. My wife is one of those organized people. Oh, somebody's wanting to talk to me. Can I hear you? No. And that is because I've turned my volumes down. Let me turn it back up. Delta 98, Clipper 14, how do you read? If this is Delta 98, I can hear you 5x5. We just had our volume in our 7.4 turned down for streaming. Yes, sir, we're streaming on Twitch, so I just, to keep background noise to a minimum till we're ready to go, I just turned it down. All right, sir, you have a safe flight. You know, sometimes I wonder these questions. We're heading to JFK. Clipper 14 is going to JFK. Awesome. We'll have a safe flight. I'd like to get mine going. All right. That's awesome. But, yeah, let's clear that. And I don't know where he's at. If he's in my stand, I'm not moving. Takes too much. One look outside, folks. Yeah, I guess I should keep the volume up. So we're ready to go. Okay, so back to the brief. So we're going to climb, no assigned ATC. We'll keep the 5,000 as is. And once we either get to that or are in a comfortable position, we'll then go to 33,000. Flight level 330. Probably well into our direct Sacramento. We'll have, we'll get that set. So we'll see how it all goes. All right, folks, that wraps things up. Let me get us back here. Yeah, one guy had it interestingly enough up here for everyone to watch. It's kind of in the way, so get the let me hit the right switch, folks. There we go. All right, so the charts are out of the way. We are ready to crank it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
Okay, and checklist-wise, we're on after start. Okay. All right, folks, here we go. Beacons. Actually, first thing to go will be the jetways. Oh, there's where Delta is, over there in the corner of Terminal 3, I think it is here. Right, jetways are clear.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
All doors are closed and armed.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your chief flight attendant, and on behalf of our captain and the entire crew,
All right,
I
so
wish
here
you
goes the
welcome
fun
aboard.
part,
Please
folks.
take
Let's
your
get
seat
those
and
chocks
fasten your
removed.
seatbelt. And also,
Well,
make
actually,
sure
let's
your
call
seat back
pushback.
and folding trays are in their full upright position. We request your
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Okay. You know what? That seems kinda... Hang on a second, folks. All right, let's get... Really?
Ground to cockpit. Tow is dropping up.
monitored. In the event of a decompression, an oxygen mask will automatically appear in front of you. To start the flow of oxygen, hold the mask towards you. Place it firmly over your nose and mouth.
Cockpit to ground.
Secure the
Remove the
elastic band
chocks.
behind your head and breathe normally.
Okay,
Although the band
doors
is
are
not
closed
in place,
almost. We'll
oxygen
make
is
sure.
flowing
There
to the
goes
mask.
the light.
If you're traveling with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your
Chocks
mask on
removed.
first and then assist the other person. Keep your mask on until a crew member advises you to remove it. In the event of an emergency, please assume the bracing position. Lean forward with your hands on top of your head and your elbows against your thighs. Ensure your feet are flat on the floor. The life vest is located in a pouch under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed to do so,
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
over your head. Pass the straps around your waist and adjust at the front. To inflate the vest,
Cleared to
hold
connect.
firmly on the ride cord, only when leaving the
Everything's closed up. Chocks removed. Now is the time for beacons.
All electronic devices must be set into airplane mode during the flight until further notice upon arrival. We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the smoke detectors located in the laboratories is prohibited by law. You will find this and all the other safety information in a card located in the seat pocket in front of you. We strongly suggest you read it before takeoff. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask one of our crew members. We wish you
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Hang on a second, folks. Just getting a little bit ahead of the game. All right, here we go, folks.
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback. And you may start engines.
Ready to start the engines.
Okay.
Ready
So-
for engine start.
All right, so we're going to go with 3-4 1-2.
Starting engine 3. Start and hold over.
3 is spooling up right here.
And 2.
Oh, come on. Don't want to overspeed. Come on.
Fuel on.
Ugh. In a
Light
pain.
up.
And we'll watch our engines.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Okay, let's go up here. We'll start up number 4.
Starting engine 4. Start and hold over. And 2. Fuel on.
Okay.
Light up. Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Okay. As build.
Starting engine 1.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Start and hold over. Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Okay, we're almost at 20.
20% and 2. Fuel on. Light up. Starter off.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get him pulling away.
Engine stabilized. Starting engine 2. Start and hold over.
Hose disconnected. Unbypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Fuel on.
Okay.
Light up. Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Hey, there's our pins. We're good to go. All engines are running. And we are stable. Starter valve closed. Okay. Now, heato heat on. Go ahead and turn the nacelles on. Don't need the wing ice. Okay, everything looks in the appropriate positions, coming down to the middle. We're set. San Francisco on my left, Sacramento on my right VOR, 281 outbound, 25 roughly inbound to Sacramento. Roughly, I say, folks. 281. All right. Over here, this is the one I always have trouble getting ready to start with. So let's go ahead and get on the electrics. Okay. Things on. Set. Okay. All right, folks, we're gonna run the after start and see what we've. Hang on, let's go over here. It's a little easier to read. Okay, I think we got it all.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine anti-ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Okay, got one more and then we're able to taxi, folks. And this is the one that always gets me. This is the one, not the after start, it's this one. So let's look at it. It's off, fuel heat's off, totalizer, aft cargo heat. But that's why we run these. Okay, aft cargo heat's on. Okay, let's come over here, take off.
Flaps 1. Flaps 5. Flaps 20.
Okay, 20. Stabilizer. Okay, we need 4.6. Okay, that is definitely in the green. Okay, and seatbelts. Okay.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 20.
Flaps 20.
Takeoff data. EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Guess what?
Hold on.
It's gonna wait.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Okay, that should bring us to the before takeoff, which we'll do as we taxi. gets too loud, folks, we'll turn them down. So here we go, folks. And Clipper 14. Let's see. Let me see how we're taxiing again. Alpha, Fox 1, Fox, 28 left. Double check. Yeah, I show no ATC around us. They're cleared to taxi. Taxi lights. Here we go.
Parking brake released.
There we go, folks. Okay, we're clear of all runways. Not really sure what Delta's doing down here. Okay, we're going to, once we round the next bend, get into this. So we need ignitions to flight start. We'll get everything turned on once we get through this little turn here. Let's go TARA at least. If we can. No, we can't, so. Now we will. Okay, here we go. Okay, and again, our switches are in radio for departure. We'll switch them to INS for the FMS. I know, a little confusing, but that's how it is. And in case I haven't, since did he say taking off? We'll find out. So, Clipper 14 will be taking 28 left after you go. You should have been doing that on the taxiway, but Clipper 14, Roger, holding here on the taxiway. All right, let's run the checklist. I think he's rolling finally. Don't know why he has to make sure people talk to him, because right now, Clipper 14 lining up and waiting, runway 28 left. Clipper 14 copies, lining up and waiting. Want to overspeed over anyone, because we don't know what's going to happen when you fly with Mike. That's a possibility. He could be lonely indeed. First thing, though, I need to be thinking about are strobes. Well, I was going to run that checklist, but I will run it on. We're going to do what I told was mentally and probably said out loud, but not on channel. Clipper 14 copies. Delta 98, have a great flight. Boost pumps on.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Hold on.
Yep, well, hold on. So I'm going to skip that because we'll shut it down out here on the runway.
Back valves.
Hold on.
Let's see.
We can get those real quick.
Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
Clipper 14 copies. Okay, body gear steering. Off, lights on.
Cabin crew, take your seats.
Cabin ready.
Okay, folks, here we go. Okay, flaps are 20, 1580, 1520, set, set, set. All set. Go.
Stabilized. Thrust set.
Let's check, go.
V1, rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up.
Okay, I'm gonna start our cleanup. Actually, first thing I want to do, get on the autopilot.
Flaps 10.
Clipper 14 copies, thanks for the pirate.
Flaps 5. Down to level up.
Okay. See if we can keep her climbing. Okay, we're at 10 miles. We need to be, this is, folks, scary.
Flaps 1.
I have actually,
Gear up.
okay, we're gonna start the turn.
Flaps up.
All right, let's run the after start, folks. Not bad. Well, actually, lights are coming off. just get her on course. And INS. INS. Okay, folks, I'm kind of scared right now. That's probably going to climb down here. That's the only thing I forgot to do. Holy mackerel. All right, let's nose over. Back into... Get some speed building up. 317. All right, folks, we're going to run the after takeoff checklist, but you know what? We were, like I said, it's kind of spooky.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever. Off. Landing at local lights. Off. Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and nose cone sign.
Check.
Pack valve. Open. Fuel leak. Auto. Off. Takeoff checklist completed.
And that takes us, I believe... Yep, so we're done with those. Wow. Okay. Yeah, folks, we do have the windows open here in the house. Airspeed's building up nicely. Once we reach 317, we'll continue our climb on indicated airspeed. But folks, welcome aboard. Just checking some things here, folks, see how we're actually translating out real good. All right, we're getting real close to our speed here. Indicated. All right, and okay, bear with me a second here, folks. I just realized. What I'm looking at here. That looks a little better. Okay. All right. So let's kind of give you an idea of what I was working on. Here's where we are right now as of charts. So Orca, which as we come up here to Sacramento and then on course. Now we're not going to leave this up. We're going to actually go ahead and remove it. I just wanted you to get an idea of where we're at. We are through 18,000, which means 2092. Let's check over here, 2092. Now we'll keep them at 400. When we do the arrival brief, be ready for me to set it to like 100. All right, so we are on our way. Let's look some more outside as the Bay Area drifts into the background and the Sierra Nevadas stare us down. All right, folks, welcome aboard. Thanks for flying with Mike. We are embarking on a 4.5-hour trip from San Francisco, SFO, to New York City's JFK. Weather at both areas are not the most ideal. A little better here on the West Coast than out on the right coast, or East Coast. And there, we're looking at some pretty stiff IFR flying, so this could really get fun with this plane. Hopefully we can stay ahead of it, but that's 4.5 hours ahead, folks. So for now, I would like, if you don't mind, to put a little bit of music on, kind of help get us set for the flight ahead. Okay, we're on nav, we're on EPR, climb. Manny Lozada, welcome aboard. 4.5 hour goes pretty fast. Yes, it does. I am beginning to build up so I can start doing some long hauling with this. Speaking of building up, let's check our fuel because I need to come out of the configuration I'm in. There we go. And let's burn down some fuel till we get to about 31 in the two middle tanks, and then we'll put the reserves to them, or to the outer tanks, and turn them on. And folks, if I'm setting things wrong, please, please, please let me know. I'm going from memory on this. Okay, packs are on. Let's double check that the flight attendants aren't ticked off at me by me leaving the galleys turned off, and they are all on. Chillers on, air conditioning set, pack set, pressure set. Hydraulics looks good, quantities good. Engine oil and engine gauges all green, looking good. And folks, we are looking good. All right, temperature 11 minus. I'm gonna let that burn down to 32. But we are ready to roll, folks. All right, and I know I have been very neglectful of my chat area. And to see who all we have here. Oh. Well, welcome aboard, Kitty Cat 513, Lori Pub, Six Flags Magic Mountain. Hey, welcome aboard. Well, I appreciate that, Manny Lizotta. You know, it's actually a fun plane. The airline we're flying for, which is their tag is up there in the upper left, Guardian Air Alliance, have me scheduled, and I've got to find out, does that mean I have to fly this run or not, from JFK to Narita. Now, I know, let me put it another way, I'm pretty sure this plane, the 200 version of the 7.4, can make it, even nailing the step climbs. Perfect wind conditions, maybe, but boy, that's a long haul for it. I'm pretty sure they would dump in Anchorage before going over to Narita. But see what he has to tell me when I get there. But yeah, it's a fun plane. It's time consuming, even more so if instead of using the FMCs like I am, you opt for the INS, because that in itself takes time to align. I think it's close to 20 minutes it takes in this plane. Then to put in the 9 fixes, and 9 more fixes, and 9 more fixes as you go along. So you've got to kind of keep it close to your route, but do the best you can and just keep sticking them in there. The good thing is there is software out there to help you. I just said, you know what, it's so much easier with the FMCs to get going, so that's what we do. All right, so we're coming up on 8-1. All right. At 8-5, which is our proposed climb. Yep. We're going to switch to Mach. Actually, we're going to be probably leveling off at about that. So hey, we're right at 8-3. High above the Sierra Nevadas. Now, tomorrow, folks, tomorrow is what we started last week. Since we missed the build-up to Mardi Gras, we're changing up. We're going to go fish fry hunting on Fridays. Not Friday like you think, but Fridays. Going from New Orleans up to Kansas City. I guess that's more of a barbecue run, but you know, hey. Okay, we're almost there. We're about 1,500 foot away. Sacramento is behind us. Well, I've got a second here. We are on course. There's 8-5. Go to Mach. And that'll keep us right about here, folks. And as we level off, we'll switch into Mach down in our EPR. And actually, let's do that. Switch into Mach. I hate this because I can't read them. See if she'll level off still. It's not looking like it, folks. Okay, looks like we've leveled off 2992 across the board. There you go, folks. We are leveled off and in cruise. And I'm still sitting here in shock, folks. That went so smooth. All right. So and what we'll do is get the av tab up over here. Get this loaded up here real quick for our, I think it's the arrival. Lendy. Okay, go back to JFK. Back one to approach. Currently scheduled, not saying this is what we land on, folks. 4 left. Let me look at that real quick. Just 4 left. Oh, the longer of the two. Wouldn't surprise me if they stuck me on the shorter one. Well, we'll plan 4 left. And we'll be ready for the 4 right Cat 2 approach. Okay. And I think that's all I'll do for there. Whoops. Back to home. See how we're set up here. And folks, if that music's too loud, let me know. I can pull it down a little. Alright, let's see if our map is finally loaded. We'll pull back a little further. Passing over Tahoe. Let's take a look. Of course, it's in the clouds. Shh, we're not allowed to see, folks. It's secret down there. They don't want to let that secret out of that beautiful lake there. Alright, so we're high above, and they don't know the secret above them. Pan Am is flying over. Alright, folks, so we're in cruise. ATC does not appear to be a factor. Salt Lake approach is up for those headed that way. All right, let me put in some frequencies here as we cruise along. We're about to go over Mustang, then Lovelock. So let's go ahead and put Lovelock here. 16.5. Perfect. And over on the other side, we'll put 17.9, and we'll change that here. And again, folks, and we're going to just go VOR to VOR, telling you. There's a couple of fixes on some of these, but after Lovelock, which is LLC, again, we'll not mention the writer's name because I don't know if I have his permission or not, but he writes a lot of big novels. Battle Mountain is key in many of them. So that's out here in the west, folks, near Fallon's test range and all of that. So for now, we'll keep those as is. Our speed is doing good. True airspeed is showing up at 595. Ooh, wouldn't that be nice? 495. And let's see what the winds are kicking up here. Let's go to progress. 2,000 miles out. Page 2. Winds are 262 at 69 with a temperature of minus 51. How are we looking here? 51, 40, 497. Folks, we're doing really good here. The only thing I wish this show, oh, nope, ground speed, but it's making sure it's not hiding somewhere else. It is not. Unless that's, oh, it's right there, 545. So, go back to here. I'm just going to go to legs on this one. Now, OCS right here somewhere. Oh, Lord, about, let's see, how far down do we go? Bam, not far enough. About 300-400 miles out, folks, is where we'll make our first step climb. Usual step climbs can run anywhere from an hour to 2 hours out from the last one or the initial climb. So you kind of gauge them that way, and you gauge it, and it's all set up by weight. When the aircraft burns enough fuel off, it lightens up, and then you can push it up to the next, however you're set, 2, 4, 1, however you set your step climbs up. I run with a pretty standard RVSM, 2,000 feet. So when the plane burns down enough weight to go up to the next level, 2,000 feet, it does it. That's when it tells me. OCS is my first one. There we'll go to 35. Did I really do that? I sure did. Leave it right there. So we are on our way, folks. Hope you enjoy the ride. Kind of stick our head out the window again. Oh, there went my toupee. All right, so I'm not sure if that's not Lake Tahoe. Pretty sure it's right behind us. You know, one thing we haven't seen yet, folks? Let's do that. All right, well, I am going to kind of just kick back, relax as well, folks. Came off a pretty long shift again. You know, it is what it is. Airlines will be airlines, and part of it was the airport's fault as well. So, you know, it's all around, folks. So, as much as it, you know, you want to grumble at them, you really can't. I mean, the airlines, they're up against the wall, folks, with schedules. You know, some airlines as tight as 40 minutes from gate to gate, you know, in gate, out gate. Wait, folks, I wish they would just go to like an hour, and I don't even know if that would be advantageous. But it just, man, you know, as soon as you get one wrinkle in the cog, it's hard sometimes to make up that time. Good thing is in summer the jet streams aren't as rough as the winter, and they are able to do some time making up, but not a lot. And for those of us on the ground supporting or actually working with the planes, boy, is it rough. As well as the crews themselves, although tighter and tighter rules of you know, time in service rules make it more easier on them, but yet they're the ones that actually have to make the iron move. So, and you know, get through it all, get the checklists done, be ready, get her airborne, get her on the ground, and deal with all the en route delays that do occur from time, especially going up to the northeast or over to SoCal, NorCal. So, I think we just crossed, instead of saying the word I think, where is it hiding? LLC we just crossed, Battle Mountain is ahead of us. So, I'll just kind of sit back, get a little quiet here, folks. Hope y'all enjoy the ride as we cross the country. And let me check my fuel out, come to think of it. 30:30, time to turn these on. Turn these off. Okay, so that now should have all our pumps running. 30, 30, 30. Okay, so we're going to run our reserve in. That way I don't forget. A couple of flights ago, folks, into Chicago, we had a fun run Somehow, and I don't know what I did to do it, all the fuel planned for the flight ended up in this tank. Very little went out to the rest. I don't know where I screwed it up, how I screwed it up, but I did. And wow. That made for a fun rival into O'Hare with 30, 35, 40,000 pounds of fuel in tank number 2 there. And yeah, that was fun. But let me tell you how you can, when you get into a situation like that, how the heck do you get yourself out? Well, first off, look at your fuel panel. The lines here help you out immensely. So they're the piping, if you will, to the engines. Think of your engines as these right here, which theoretically they are. Why aren't we burning down? Valves are open. But watch it. Why are we not losing fuel? See if that does it. What's supposed to happen is when you open this valve, your reserve feeds the appropriate tank they go into. If you watch the piping, it's not. What did I do wrong? You don't have to have the scavenge tank on. Okay, I am perplexed. Why is this not training? Okay, why are you not going to respective tanks? Number 1 and number 4. Well, let's try something. Really weird. But we'll keep an eye on it. We're okay, even with the 6,000 pounds there of getting into JFK. So what I want to do here, come out a little further. A little further more. There, you get an idea where we are in the States. Okay, it's a little too much. Okay. Alright, well, we'll keep an eye on that. But anyway, as I was saying, you follow your pumping. What I did is, okay, here's your main pipe running through the wing. Then you have these cross feeds. So by turning them on, turning them off, opens everything up. So when we took off, I wonder if I should have had all these cross feeds. But anyway, you follow them. So what I ended up doing is opening all the cross feeds, especially this one, so when the fuel came out, it entered the pipe and then took care of all 3 engines. So, yeah, that was fun, folks. But it took a little bit of thinking. Oh, wait a minute, no, we're not draining yet. Well, we'll leave it as is. All right, so we are still out west, coming up to Battle Mountain, if not over it. It gives you a little better as we're tracking along, folks, so you get an idea where we're at. So Salt Lake's up, a couple of aircraft flying around there. We're coming over Battle Mountain, Nevada. Again, a certain author out there loves to write about situations like going on in Ukraine and throughout the world, pitting the U.S. and the Russian forces at each other, Chinese forces, even Middle East. But yeah, Battle Mountain is a big player in a lot of his novels. So, but anyway, we are continuing on. Alright folks, so we're going to just kind of let her go on here on autopilot. Our step climb is OCS, which is past Salt Lake. So we got a little bit of time there. It's 218 miles off OCS. Coming off of LCU right here. So that would be right here. Another 200 mile. Oh, there it is. You can see it. So once we cross here, then we step up to 35. Then once we get north of Chicago, we get up to 37, and that's as high as we're going, folks. So, kind of sit back, relax, folks. We got 4.5 hours to go. Love the getting to the longer hauls here, folks. And hope you all have a great day. Alright folks, we are cruising north of Salt Lake City. Let's see if we can see it. As I got control now of moving things around on the keyboard. There it is, Salt Lake. So I hope y'all are having a happy St. Patrick's Day. Enjoy the green. Got a little green on the map there for you. Hope the Irish is well with you. I think I have such a small amount in me. Although some would say the temper I have could rival most Irishmen. No. But I have a lot of German in me, so there's where that could come from. But folks, we are chilling and flying high above Salt Lake City, the ridge of mountains right through. Where's my mouse? Right here. That's the Wasatch Range. We'll be crossing here shortly. The airport that we took off, it would have been, what is today? Tuesday, I think, is when we would have taken off. It's right in this general vicinity. And a few months ago, we came into Ogden, Utah, over here. So, neat little, folks, got a lot of great experience, a couple of experiences with the truck in there. Just spectacular. And it was just before the 96, I think it was, Olympics. I think it was those. I think it was Winter Games. And, whoa, was that city tore up. Boy. Interstates getting beefed up. Mass transit getting beefed up. Any way you could tear a city up for a major sporting event, they were in progress. So it probably was like 94, 95 when I went through. So beautiful country though, folks. Came out of Park City on I-80 into the city, down the mountain, and oh my, was that sunset just spectacular. And in the morning, where I was, my dock where I was unloading at was close to the mountains there. You could see them like, almost like the building butted up against them, but I know it didn't. Oh my goodness, could I wake up to that every morning. Don't know how the city itself is, you know, but boy, I'll tell you this much, that was beautiful. And to be honest, that was what, 20, give or take a little bit, close to 30 years ago. So who knows how things have changed there. Because if you were to look at St. Louis 30 years ago versus today, they're almost two different worlds with how violent this city's gotten. I literally think St. Louis is trying to compete with Chicago in how many people they can kill in a year. But that's not what this stream is all about. We're not about politics, so we're gonna skip the needle past that and press on. As the song coming on from Approaching Nirvana, Breathe Again. Yes, we're gonna breathe. So I hope you all have had a great week. We're Friday Eve, as I sometimes like to call it, Thursday. Hope your weeks have gone well. And the weekend that's staring you down looks great with the weather to get out and enjoy, or just looks relaxful, as many of us need that with this past couple of years and ongoing over in Europe. I guess you call it Europe and Asia with what's going on with Russia and Ukraine. So many prayers go out every night for the Ukrainians. All right, and you know, I would be remiss if, let me see something here real quick. I know it's coming up here in a timer real soon. But, folks, this is today's verse of the day. It's a very popular, very heavily used psalm that David wrote. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. And folks, that's only 4 of, I believe, 20 verses. I think it had, no, 10 of them. It's got to be less than that. Hang on. But 6 verses. I knew it wasn't 20. I was like, whoa, no, that's way too many. Folks, you ever get a chance, it's a heck of a psalm to read. Many say it's, you know, as people prepare for battle, you know, God will protect you and all, but folks, he also protects you in peace. He makes you lie down in green pastures so that you'll relax. You'll let the anxieties of life flow from you and relax. Same with leading you beside still waters. All in attempt for the next start of the next verse to restore my soul. Pretty good words, psalmist David, King David of Israel. Penned 4,000 years ago, I think it is. 3,000 or 4,000 years, a long time ago, folks. Very, very applicable to today. A little devotion that went with that today. Little thought, as they call it on today's verse. Folks, if you just, I know of those of you techies out there that love it, hashtag, you know, put your first two fingers over each other. I don't get it, but whatever. Verse of the day, no spaces, no nothing. You'll get this. And this thought of the day, folks, you know, when you look at this, he restores my soul. Doesn't that sound awesome that God can restore your soul? Let me just read it. He restores my soul, but it's more than talk. When we reached that point, we can't go anymore. He restores our soul, folks. He gives us rest. Not in the form of death, or not all the time, sometimes, but you know, a lot of times he just gives us a chance to take a beat, take a breath. He blesses us with the strength and the courage to just keep going when the struggle and things are so tough. Then his power comes in, upholds us as we run to victory. Think long and hard of that. That, you know, right there, when we're in our struggles and things are so tough, his power can uphold us, get us through these things, so we run to victory. And when we're winning victories in his names, we can soar on wings like eagles. That is just amazing, folks. Truly amazing. God is our shepherd. Jesus is our shepherd. Your shepherd, folks. And so much more. And finally, he is also our rock and sustainer of our lives. Great words from Paul, or from Peter. You know, I'll get it right yet, from David. Just these 3 verses. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. It's a psalm that a lot of Sunday schools, if you went to those as a kid, many help you to memorize. But of course, as time goes on, we forget. Boy, or you know, the Lord is my shepherd; I shall not want. That's there, folks, right there. Good words for you to live by today. I'm so glad they came up on that hashtag verse of the day. Alright, so we've crossed Salt Lake City. We're back out in the high plain territory here. Heading towards the Continental Divide up here. I'm not really sure where that is. Driven it only a couple times this part of the country and really don't know where it's hiding. But we are approaching OCS, and at OCS we will make our climb. So actually I'm going to go ahead and let's see where we stand. Okay. Oh, I could work this INS unit, learn things off of it, but right now we're just going to stick with the, I'd say, old, tried and true FMS, but INS came before it, folks. Give you an idea on that map with the topography where we're hiding. as we press on eastward. And this storm is what's going to be affecting us for the next couple of days here in the Midwest. Okay. Here, let's do it this way. Up to 35. Do it in a cruise climb. BS. Nice and easy. Okay, Rock Springs is 16.0. Got about 50 miles. Then Scottsbluff, 12 decimal. Let's go with that over here. I don't think we'll pick it up yet. 12 0. I got it wrong. 16. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna take us a little bit to get in range of Scottsbluff at 112.6. So, but we are almost getting the warning. We're coming up to 35. Okay, and we're in cruise, 22 degrees, flaps 0, 54, and 492 now on the true airspeed. Okay, here we come into the altitude, and thank you so much for the soda coming in from the CEO of Flying with Mike. Okay, we are just about there. All right. Well, folks, I am going to hit the lav here and take a short break here. I've got to get some furniture out to the curb so the trash man takes it tomorrow. I also need to do this, I noticed. Being on Mach or indicated speed, it doesn't matter what I set this to, folks. It'll be what it'll be. Oh, excuse me. Did not mean to cough in your ears, but, oh, sorry about that, folks. All right, so one quick look here in the chat, and, hope y'all, have a great day. We will be right back. Gotta, like I said, hit the lav. Alright folks, we are finished with that chore. Alright, we should have alright, hang on, we'll here we go, over the clouds again, folks. Not a lot to see outside. But yeah, it's this right here, folks. That'll be tracking towards St. Louis later. And yeah, you see it. More snow out there in the mountains. Some of it will spill, but hopefully not as bad as the last storm. Alright. Well, looking up here, we are currently just under 2 hours and 50 minutes from JFK. So we'll just kind of sit back here, let you all relax, enjoy. And we'll see you in a few. All right, so believe we're just a few miles out of Scottsbluff, Nebraska, followed by what is O'Neill? O'Neill, Nebraska, and then we start into Iowa, Fort Dodge, and so forth. So let's take a look here inside. Okay, Scottsbluff is 73. O'Neill going to be the same deal, so we'll set 13.9 over there. Doubt it's going to tune in yet. And then off we go. So you can see we're starting to get out here in the plains. The mountains were leaving behind us. Hard to see now with all the cloud cover. But we're coming out of Wyoming into Nebraska. So, hope you're enjoying this ride as we take the Felis 747-200 across the country from San Francisco to JFK. We're about the midway point. And, come around the Cleveland area here at about, I'm going to guess, let's see. Just shy of 2 hours, we'll be ready for our arrival brief. So enjoy, folks, as we continue on. Alright, just got SimAware updated. And, yep, we're doing really good here, folks. As you can see from Volanta on the trip, So in about hour and a half or so, we'll begin the arrival brief. So I'll just kind of stay quiet while we cruise across the country. And as ATC, if any comes up, we'll chat with them. But for now, folks, it's a good time for you to put in a prediction. Well, you see the weather. How do you think flying with Mike will do? All right, the original Big Mock is predicting a minus 325. Time will tell. Well, there's really not a whole lot to show folks out here other than flat, well, hilly flat. I know, the words don't go together right, and a lot of clouds. Storms will be building up here later today and moving towards St. Louis. Tomorrow, like I said, we do plan to fly from New Orleans up to Kansas City. And we plan to do it in the 727. So look forward to seeing you all then. But for now, we are 2 hours and 20 minutes out of JFK. And this would have been a run I think Pan Am would have flown with the 7.4. I can't find it on route mapping for them. I thought San Francisco was one of their bigger hubs, but it looked like Los Angeles was. So we're just going to ease along, head into JFK, and think about our next run. Maybe next Wednesday with it. Yeah, we should be in range of O'Neill. And then Fort Dodge. Okay, so yep, O'Neill is on the dial. Next up will be Fort Dodge, which is 113.5. And like I figured, we're out of range. Get a little closer, maybe just off O'Neill, we'll start picking it up. According to the map, you can see it's right there. Oh, hang on, you're not seeing my cursor. Okay, to kind of zoom down here. Here's O'Neill, which is 100 miles ahead of us. Fort Dodge. Now, to know how far between this VOR and this VOR, excuse me, it's 195 miles. So, either at O'Neill or in this area, we should pick up Fort Dodge. Curious what it looks like below? Flat. All right, there we go. So let's pull that out. You can see that elongation here of moisture. Storms, we'll see how it looks. I'm not holding my breath for it to be breathtaking in X-Plane, but who knows? Could see if any of it's showing up. Let's pan out. Make sure the weather radar is in fact Alright, well, we'll see here. See if anything paints. Again, I'm not running X-Plane or X-Plane. Active Sky, so we'll have to kind of see how that goes. But currently, the wind's up here while we're in the cockpit. Go to progress, next page, 220 at 52, giving us a ground speed of 534. And 220 puts it about left rear quartering crosswind. So So again, we'll just kind of kick back for about another hour-ish. And see what happens. Yeah, for about an hour. And then we'll get in here and start really doing our arrival brief, getting the FMC program. Folks, remember, it stops at Wilkes-Barre. And That's where the star begins. And we have it set up for the runway because I want to make sure I have a feeling now we will be going for what's proposed. That being 4 left. I may have to get in there and switch it over to 4 right. We'll see though. Because I don't think we have any approaches on that side. All right, 4 left. There we go. All right, so I've got right now planned 4 left. Unless the weather gets worse, then we can switch over to 4 right for the Cat 2. Or potentially let this thing attempt an auto land. That'll be interesting. So, who knows? We'll see where flying with Mike will take us. See if it'll start draining tanks. Wonder if I have to. That's what I had to do. Maybe? There they go. Alright, so what I did, folks, to get the reserve tanks, I just turned pumps off to the outboard 1 and 4, and now they're draining. For safety, I turned on the cross feeds for the 2 and 3. So again, let's look at the piping. That's your key here, folks. Okay, this is the main pipe that runs between engine 1, engine 4, engine 2 and 3 run on these 2 pipes. Now, engine 1 or pump 1, you see how it funnels in. Pump 2, you see how it funnels in. However, because the valves are open, it can keep the tube pressurized. The tube is pressurized here for now for safety as we're draining fuel into the tanks. So you just follow it, and that's how you can figure out most of your fuel emergencies or fuel problems. The other thing, don't get concerned about 500 to 1,000 pounds out of balance. When you start getting above 1,000, you might want to think about it, and it's basically using this to kind of shuffle fuel around. But you're not going to be able to take fuel from the left side to the right side, vice versa. You're only going to be able to balance. So, and most of your imbalances that you see up here are because your APU was running on the ground. It's drawing from tank 2 automatically. So, and again, may or may not be standard procedure, but for me, it's a nice safety mechanism to open the pipe up so that all the tanks are running to the engines. Once we're done draining out the reserves, we'll go. Now, when you're running on the center tank, all the pumps are on and the center tank will override them until 2,000 pounds. Then it switches over to where the wing tanks are going, and to get the rest of that out, you turn your scavenge pump on. And don't be surprised if this one gets higher than this one. And then you'll have to trade, work the fuel. Okay, and as you can see, we're ending up where the outboards are going to be heavier than the inboards on the fuel tanks. Well, I'm going to try something with it. I'm pretty sure it's unconventional, but we'll see if it works. Because in an ideal world, you want your outboard wing tanks lower than your inbound, so the weight is more towards the landing gear. I was just a hair late in getting it to tank the engine. But we'll see. We may not end up with that big of a problem. We're down to hundreds of pounds, and they're only 1,000 pounds more, so I'm going to leave it at that as soon as they drain out. Okay, well, while we're here, let's make sure everything else looks good. The area that always concerns me the most, 25. Okay. Okay, so you can see the compartment temperature has come down. By the way, just so those of us in the States that aren't Celsius savvy, 24, we'll call it 25. That's 77 if we were at 25. So actually, those are pretty good temps. And because we're out in the sun, that's why I'm assuming this is the cockpit. Upper deck. Okay, so this is all passenger. Okay. Okay, while we're here, let's see, we're empty, so we'll get those closed momentarily. Let's take a look at the charts, shall we? Okay. Okay, so we're at 35. So yeah, these are all kilograms, so I'm going to have a tough time reading. Alright, so let's see here. Tanks are zeroed, so off with them. 18, 21, okay, that's significant. Okay. Try this with this tank and see. My goal is to burn the wing tanks down. Or burn the outbound tanks down about 3 to 4,000. Let's see how that works. By turning all the cross feeds on, you see how that makes the pipe. This one's going to run both 1 and 2. This one's going to run both, 3 and 4, 1 and 2. This tank will run both engine 1 and both engine 2. That's my goal. Let's get up here and make sure I'm not really screwing things up. So, looks like our engines are running well. Okay. Give me a quick second here. 13.9 is here. Okay, we're off O'Neill. And Fort Dodge is picked up. Next up will be Dubuque. And then Northbrook. Northbrook again, folks, is where we go to 37,000. Okay, everything's looking good. Is it working? I think it is. Okay, so my next frequency I would like is 15.8. And that's going to be 100 miles. Get in just a little closer. About 50 more miles. We'll also do a fuel check, make sure we're not burning down too much. This is when it's nice to have a flight engineer. So we can concentrate on sleeping, flying the airplane, and he can do all the work with the engines. Sorry, I misspoke there, folks. All right, so okay, so let me actually switch up here. Trying something new, so let me first get that setting set. Okay, so that'll take care of that, so we're not bleeding over in the lobby area of the Discord. And those of you here for the first time, welcome you to join us over in Discord. There's the link. Zoom in a little. Got a couple of aircraft here to our north. I don't know if they're VATSIM or coming out of what, Sioux Falls? We'll find, oh, could be. Get this to update here and then we'll find out. It is those two. Wow. That's pretty cool they show up here. Also folks, with AvTap it shows you your frame rates. I definitely think it is, yeah, it's definitely pumping into all four engines, those two tanks. And we'll get them hopefully in balance here by Chicago. At least respectable. Then I'm going to try and learn how to balance left and right. I have a feeling it's going to be, I don't know, I just going to have to figure out where I read that. So folks, this is the Felis 747-200. Interested in it? Oh wait, I did that wrong, sorry. There we go. So if you go there, folks, you can find it. The liveries, it comes with Pan Am, if I remember right, and there is another one out there I plan to sport here soon. That'll be usable. So, okay, so tank 4 and tank, or engine 1 and engine 4, tank 1 and 4. Getting very close. This is pretty much what people kind of who knew Pan Am kind of know it looking like. I have a different one as well. Now, here's an interesting fact. While this version of Pan Am pretty much went belly up around late 1980s, yeah, early 1990, and Delta took over, as I've been told. I can't confirm that yet, but I've been told, and it's a pretty reliable source, so we'll you know, I'm okay saying that. But just like an airline, for those of us that live here in the St. Louis area, called Ozark, which was gobbled up by TWA, who eventually would be gobbled up through bankruptcy by American. We could continue that line out, but we're not. Ozark came back under a different name, though, Great Plains. They bought the certificate and opened up shop. And then went out of business not long, you know, but anyway, Pan Am, another iteration of them came out. And when I started at Mid-America Airport, Pan Am was servicing it from Sanford. They also went to Gary, Indiana. And then in short stride after 9/11, they stopped. Now, I've been told they're still flying out of Sanford, but primarily Caribbean charters, and maybe scheduled. Again, I don't live in Sanford, so I don't know, but I've heard their 727s are still flying, and it's only one or two, folks. But again, those of you that live in the Orlando, Sanford area can definitely verify that. But yeah, Pan Am did make a try at coming back. I don't know if they were striving to be like the old Pan Am or just be out on the market. So let's get back in here and check our tanks. As I just bump my coffee and make a mess. Talk on it. Hang on a second, folks. Of course I'm going to make a mess. Thankfully, no computers damaged. There we go. All right, folks. All right, so let's see. 19, 18, 19, 19. So we'll let it go a little longer. I'd like to get that one below number 2 there. So we'll go back out and enjoy what little we can see. Let's take a look from the first officer side, shall we? Okay, so we're plenty far enough out. Let us go to Dubuque, which will be 15.8. See if it pulls in. Not yet. That may be only a 60-mile one, so we'll see here. Ultimately, though, we're going to be shooting for Northbrook, which is from Dubuque, we'll begin our climb up. So to 37, where we'll be at for the rest of the flight. Okay, hang on a second, folks. Still dealing with that little mess I made. Okay. Much better. There we go. Alright, and life goes on. Okay, 15.8, we're 66. Oh, we're still inbound for Dodge. 13.5, okay. Anything on the radars? No. Okay. And those curious, since takeoff, 2 hours, 30 minutes ago. That's when we released brakes and went down the runway. Okay, one thing I do notice here that people are going to be asking about. How is it I can move the HSI here, but when I move it here, it doesn't move? And that's actually a fair question, folks. Hang on, let me center things up here. Okay, the heading bugs will move, that's no problem. But here is the INS radio switch. It's in INS there, but I have it still in radio here. So I can actually track and fly the you know, not track and fly, but see that we're on the right tracks. See how I can turn it? We're over here, it's set to the FMS. Get back to the fuel situation. 18.4, okay. All right, so here we go. Bring these pumps back online. I'm sure that's not the proper procedure. We'll learn it. And starting into tank to engine. For now, I'm going to keep it where the pipe stays fully pressurized. And you can see where we are. Everything else looking good up here. Again, nice look at the compartments. All right. There we go, folks. We are continuing on. 40 miles now from Fort Dodge, 13.5. If I wanted to try to identify it, hang on a second. Let's give that a try, shall we? Just show you how easy it is. Okay, here's our route again. Here's Fort Dodge. I'm going to zoom on it. Okay, so, oh, it doesn't show the identifier. Let me try something. There we go. Here's how it should sound on Morse code. Da 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 da. Okay, that's how it should sound, or you know, in beep language. Oh, I'm on the comm. Sorry. Hear it? Okay, there you go. So we've identified. That's how you identify them. All right, let me pull back. Okay, so we are coming into here. This is Fort Dodge. This is the low en route charts, all of them together. That's why you don't see us flying that line. Back to what we're used to. J82, I think we're on the 94, and we're headed to North. Okay, 25 miles out. Everything's turned on, pumped tank into engine. Recording, we're still good. All generators look good, engines running good. Fuel looking good in all of the engines. Good deal. Give you an idea where we are. And by the way, Fort Dodge is like right here. Dubuque is here. See Dubuque, you just can't see Fort Dodge. Now you can. Okay, about a minute or two, about 5 minutes, we'll be over Fort Dodge, then pressing on towards Dubuque and the North Chicago area. In between, well, actually, hang on a second. Yeah, in between O'Hare and Milwaukee. For a second there, I thought Milwaukee was further up. Okay, and I am going to get that browser out of the way. just looking for additional music to play on here. And I see I wanted to start recording at the beginning on YouTube, and I did not. But we are here on Twitch, so doggone it. Oh well, I know how to get around that, so. Bumper, bumper, bumper. Yep, I accidentally turned it off. Ah, oh well. Okay, we are now coming off Fort Dodge, picking up Dubuque. So per our chart, Northbrook is 13-0. And we are just out of range. Let's see, that'll be a 123-mile run between the two, so yeah, we're 220 miles out, so that's why we're not tuned into it yet. But if there were rain, we would see it. Let's try to angle down and see what happens. Oh look, it's painting. Okay, so we are starting to show it so long as we angle down. Okay. Pretty cool. And here's where we are, and yes, there's a lot of returns up here. Okay, so all right, so where are we standing? Where we are 1 hour and 30 minutes out. So I think now is a good time to kind of start waking everybody up crew wise and getting in here and planning out the arrival. Because we still got to put the runway in, we still got to put the star in, and all of that. So what I'm going to do here real quick let's see, we're there, so currently the JFK ATIS uses the 4 right ILS. So currently the ATIS is reading 2 miles, light rain, light drizzle, 500 overcast, 13 degrees by 12, so we could have fog mixed in. 2991, 4 rights in use, departing 4 left. There is bird activity. Yeah, we'll see if that shows up. Oh wait, did he just change it? No, he did not. It just moved. And read back all information delta. So 4 right. Now, okay, let's see. Top down, LaGuardia. I don't know what top down means. Yeah, that makes no sense. So, we know it's 4 right. Let's see how all of this plays out. New York Center is not available at this time, so we're just going to keep pressing on. Chicago is in the forefront of us here, and from there we'll need to be ready by Detroit, the Detroit metro area. We'll give it just a hair longer. Make sure nothing changes. All right, so let's hop in with that METAR and let's see what we can come up with here. Okay, first off, we're 600 miles out. We ought to wait till we get maybe a little closer. Let's give it about another 100, 200 miles, and then we'll get in here and do our arrival brief. Like I said, let's get on the other side of Chicago into around the Detroit, Cleveland area. That way we give him the maximum amount of time to prepare for flying with Mike coming in. Okay, we're 20 miles from Dubuque. That is DME 2. And DME 1 is Northbrook. So as soon as we cross Dubuque, I'm going to set us for 37,000 and do our final step climb and get set up for begin getting ready for the approach. So he's wanting us on 4 right. Okay, the big thing, we can kind of talk through a little bit of this right now. Here, let me get charts up here real quick. Kind of start talking through it. So the Lindy 6, it is not an RNAV approach. So technically, I can fly from Wilkes-Barre to Stillwater, take this radial to Lindy, to this radial, and then vector around for the 4 right. Probably more like that. Well, they could shoot us down that way. But anyway, we'll see. But the big thing here is 23,000 at Geno, 19,000 here at Lindy. And folks, we're not that far away to be at 19,000. So that's only 15 miles to LaGuardia, and from LaGuardia to JFK, we're only talking 10 miles, probably less. So, yeah, expecting a lot of vectoring here to get into that sequence for 4 right. Now, if we don't have controllers doing any of this, oh, we're going to be coming down. We'll be below 19,000 at Lindy. But we will be at 250. And we'll come across to LaGuardia, probably work south here and come in. So we'll kind of see what they want us to do. Down here are the instructions. So from LBZ, which is our start, Wilkes-Barre, we travel to Geno, to to Hardy, to STWVOR, then to Lindy, then to on the LaGuardia 315 radial to LaGuardia, so it's direct, and then vectors to the approach course after LaGuardia. All right, now here's what 4 right. This is what his ATIS says we're gonna fly. All right. So here's the approach, the information. I don't even know if these are right. Meaning what he's running versus what we have on the chart. But what is right is the tower and the ground, depending on which one. The ground will be 121.9 if they're up. Now the big thing here, localizer, that is accurate, 109.5. Final approach, 44 degrees. EB, which is 6.1 from JFK. Again, that's off JFK, so we're gonna, this could get dicey, because, is it JFK or IJFK? Let's see, IJFK, okay, so it's not that dicey. The Cat 2, we're on both autopilots for that. So 6.1, 1,500 feet. Cat 3 will go down here to the minimums to get it. Our minima is 112, 100 feet above the ground. 13 feet is the airport. Here's how we do our missed approach. We do a little zigzag. Read about it here. Okay, so we have to have an aircrew certification in the real world. Radar is required. Simultaneous approach authorized, so we could get people coming in on the left. The visual glide system and the ILS do not coincide, so don't be surprised if we come straight down the ILS. The VATSIMs don't, or the PAPIs don't look right. Again, ZTOL, see how this is going to work. Potentially that way, or they'll work us around this way. Hard to say. ZTOL coming in, and that's 11 miles. Again, 1,500 miles at this point, all the way down. See, there's no M here, folks. Enter marker. ZTOL, 2,000 or above. Okay, to maintain that in this plane, we're going to be at about 800 feet a minute. All right, minimums. Very important here, folks. RVR of 6 or higher. Cat 2, RA of 112. I don't know what RA stands for. I'm going to have to look that up. And an RVR of 12. So we'll see how this plays out. So there you go with the charts for now. Once we're on the ground, 4 right, we're going to probably eat it up. So we'll either get off at this point or this point and work our way via however they tell us to here. So a little bit of a taxi when we get there. Okay, we now stand okay, we're past Rockford by 50 miles and we're 75 out. So let's go into the middle. 37. Take her up at about 500 feet a minute, folks, and once we level off, that's as high as we go. Okay, and still no ATC other than in the New York area. Alright, so let's just kind of ease on down, folks. Now is a good time to take a break. Not sure how the commercials have been faring today. Probably going like crazy, but we got them set, and it shouldn't be too big a problem other than if you don't want them, folks, I can tell you this much. You can click subscribe. That'll turn into ad-free watching. So that's one option for you, but it's not required here, folks, at all. We like you just hanging out with us. Feel free to click follow so you know when we come up next live. I've already said tomorrow we're flying from New Orleans to Kansas City, but you'll get an email when you click follow and notifications, and it'll let you know where we're flying when we're going live, what aircraft, and I usually give it about a 3 to 4 minute wait for that email to trickle out to you all so you can come in and fly with Mike. either in the plane, grab a plane, fly along with us, or wherever you want. And by the way, folks, let us know where you're flying if you're up and flying. If you're with us, we'd love to have you up here and talking with you. I know how to set this up to where we can talk on a channel on VATSIM. It's very simple, but let us know. Or if you're flying, over in Europe somewhere, Russia, Far East, Australia, let us know. We'd love to know that you're out there flying and enjoying, and also I'd love to know if any of the tips I give you on the sim are helpful. So, would really be beneficial to all of us. So, get another look at the Queen as she comes across the northern Illinois, Iowa area. Actually, I think we're pretty much in Illinois now. Working our way towards JFK. And welcome to all of you in the chat area, lurking or on channel. Glad to have you. Like I said, we'd love you to click follow so we can have you on future flights. Just click follow, and all it costs you is an email every time we go live. And as you can see, Lake Michigan in the forefront, or in the background, however you want to call it. That's Chicago between us and that. O'Hare to our south, giving you some bearings of where we are here in the Chicago area with Northbrook. Also, just as a heads up, about a month from now, it could be earlier, we will be off stream for a few days, possibly a couple of weeks while we get set up in our new house. So I may be offline for a couple of days. Well, we appreciate you coming along, Original Big Mac. Always got a seat back there for you, and we'll even upgrade you to the upper deck. But no, so we will be offline for about a week, up to a week. Let's try that. And if we go 2 weeks, we'll find out. But it'll basically depend on how long it takes to get the internet up and running in the new house. So, but once we're back up and going, folks, by clicking follow today, you'll know then where we're going and what aircraft we fly. And don't be surprised if I start leaning more and more to this plane. I really like this plane. I'm like you. The 747 is a phenomenal aircraft. It's my favorite aircraft of all. The 727's fun to fly, but this Zebo's fun to fly. The 76 and the Airbus are really cool and fun also, but there's nothing like the Dash 200 and the Dash 400 in the 747. 200, you work a little bit more, but boy, they're both great. Well, Big Mac, maybe we can make that happen. I might just work on setting up a video here, doing some editing for the first time, and getting that up and going. So it's a daunting aircraft, but actually it's pretty simple when you take a look at it. Let me show you what I mean. This is the 200, and right there scares the crap out of so many people. It's a lot, but actually it's pretty straightforward. Battery, always got to start with the battery. Standby power, boom, get those two on, head down, We'll go over to this one because it's just easier. Come over here to ground. Well, you can't see it now, but you would just turn on your ground power and put your chocks in. So far, so good. Simple, simple. Now, once you've got the yellow lights on, turn your ground power on. And basically, to get this plane up and running, folks, you go from left to right. So once you have the power established, you can do your squibs and this check if you're following real procedures. If you're not, don't worry about it. Bump the APU up to start, wait for the blue light down here to go out, go to start, and then just wait for it to spool up. Again, if you're not doing real world procedures, folks, piece of cake to get this thing going. Once these dial up and stabilize, turn your bleed air on, get your galley powers on, and just start working your way across. Okay, just get these. When you get to these, just know these panels work here, and just work your way across. When you get to here, well, we skipped this panel because we're not got the engines running yet. Just keep coming across. Checking and testing. We don't turn hydraulics on. This is the most you'll do, is the electric on the ground. Really a simple plane when you look at it that way. Flow it. Come down, there's your engine instruments. Just check. You don't have to check your cross feeds unless you're doing by the book. Turn your fuel pumps on. Come back. Now you're on the overhead panel. Turn your radios on. Stall warning. These two switches are test switches. These don't have a test. There's a test here. Also, your probe heats have a test. Turn your window heat on. Come down the next one. Turn it to align. Now, if you go with the INS, then it starts getting a little complicated. But you can keep it simple and just work those flows. And the airplane comes with checklists right here. So once you feel the panels out, follow this thing before you hit start. You can have those all in line so when they go through, they don't stop. If they do, look for it and fix it. So it's not as daunting and complicated as it is when you go, oh my God. You're not like Bugs Bunny opening up the book going, okay, now. In front of that big panel in that commercial, or that cartoon. It really isn't as complicated. Now, when you throw the INS systems that they, for the most part, used in this plane, that throws a little complexity to it, and time. So, but I mean, if you put the FMCs in, they're a piece of cake to load. They run just like any other X-plane plane. This is your GPS switch. Just look at it this way. Nav, GPS. So, really, it looks daunting when you see it like this. But once you work in a flow and then do it every time the same way, you'll get to know the plane. Then as the flows go, hold on. Stuff like that it says, you'll know right where to go to look. But yeah, I'd love to help you out. I've got a couple of ideas when I come back from when this hiatus happens in the move of training flights, and both in different complexities of aircraft. And I may turn them all into group flying where you all can come out. We can all go tear up the skies. Those uncomfortable with VATSIM can learn it. Those uncomfortable with flying certain types of planes, be it this one or the Cessna 172. I can help folks. I got probably 200 hours in that plane. Real world. Well, probably 150. Because I also flew Warriors, Archers, and Arrows. Oh yeah, and the little Tomahawk. which, by the way, was doing touch and goes last night at my airport. It was pretty cool. Go, hey, I know that plane. That's where I got my private pilot license from. So, but I'm looking at ways to do that, and they do it. I mean, the military flies these things all the time, so I'm going to try and pattern it off just that. Local training there, wherever, be it the airport I work at, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, Antarctica. It may not be feasible right now, but you get the point. But again, that's what I'm looking at once I get moved, once I make sure everything's back up, working as it should be in my office and in my cockpit area. And then we'll press on. I can even do day and night training, because believe it or not, folks, nighttime is a whole different animal. Aside from the fact when you do that, it's hard to see. Well, it's also hard to see when you're on final. Just like when we're on final today, coming through the clouds. So, we're on the Michigan side now of Lake Michigan. And pressing on. Still got what looks like the ATC in the New York area. That's fine. We'll come down with it. I think. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't like the New York area in VATSIM because you never know who to contact, when to contact. I wait for them, and if they don't contact me, I'll keep blasting in on Unicom. So, and I know some people in Europe weren't happy with me doing that into Stuttgart several months ago. And they said, you should have been contacting them. Which one? There's 6. I mean, come on. And not one of them told me where they were. So, I just shook my head. And Stuttgart didn't have ATC. That was the funny part. But yeah, well, we're going to see. Because we're 63 miles now off Northbrook. So next up, we got a jog here in the airway at COYNU, but Carlton at 15.7. Okay, it's going to be on the other side. Did I say 15.7? Oh, I love when they're that simple. Okay. Not tuned in yet, and that'll be 130 miles from Unbar. So, yeah, we're going to get close to that before that'll tune in. So, that's cool. There you go, folks. Let's get back out and see the bird here, because soon we're not going to be able to. Things are going to start getting heated up here. Speaking of which, we're now at about an hour. We're between Chicago and the Detroit area, so let's get in here. Well, his fate is sealed with what runway I'm coming in on. All right, so let's put that up here. Get our friend charts back up. See how we're approaching here. Here's the Detroit area. Cleveland. Oh, here's Detroit, Cleveland. I think it's right here. So, and then from here, so yeah, I guess we could wait still, but I'm going to go ahead and get us set up. All right, so Lindy 6. Okay, so all you do is departure, arrival. Now you know we're going to JFK, so we'll click Arrive, ARR. Going on the Lindy 6. 4 right, and we don't have any transitions to worry about, so we click Enter. Legs. Okay. First thing we're going to do is make sure we don't have any discontinuities into Lindy, and we do not, it appears. Okay, 23,000 by Geno. Let's put that in there. Okay, next page. Ah, we have one. Okay. Lindy, wait a minute. So again, LVZ, Geno, Party, Stillwater, STW, then we go to Lindy. And see, if we let it descend on its own, folks, it'll get down to 10,000 feet by then. They're saying cross at 19,000. We'll have to, I hate, hang on a second. I'm going to leave that discontinuity in there, folks. I'll explain here in a minute why. Okay, let's go back and look at Volanta here real quick. Okay, here is where we're going, JFK. So, this New York approach, well, that's ABE. Is that Allentown, I think? So that could be a factor they'll hand us over. So, approach and top-down service for Newark, LaGuardia, Stewart, and other satellites. Departure and top-down service for JFK only. So I'm thinking, if I'm reading this right, departures is what he's doing. Arrivals contact on final. So when we come around for the final approach to runway 4 right, that's when he wants us to call it. That's how I read it at this point, folks. Who knows what he'll do between now and then. Okay, that's my interpretation of that. Plus, he's been on 2.5 hours. He's getting up there in time where he may have to take a break. Again, I don't know. All right, so again, we're coming up to the jog to Carlton, and then we're going out to Johnstown. Okay, so I am going to leave Lindy alone unless told otherwise, and we'll set it. Now, from Lindy, okay, we're going to then track to LaGuardia. Now, I'm thinking I'm going to want to come off on a heading of around 220, track straight out this way. That way I don't interfere with departures going out on 4 left, 4 right. Come down, cut over, come in. That's my game plan. So that's why I'm leaving that discontinuity there. Then, when we get close to where I'm ready to turn into Zettel, I hope to be able to just do it by heading and then on to the ILS. So what I'm talking about here, folks, okay, I can't see. Let me pull charts real quick. Okay, so my goal is to getting to Zeta is I'm going to be off the INS switch here on heading, and I'm going to turn to intercept the localizer. Once we're on the once we get close, I'll click it to VOR lock. If the glide slope is showing, go on to ILS. Now, with the way the weather reads, as we saw earlier, and I'm going to get an updated one here after Carlton, maybe around Johnston. Then I may switch to with we're on ILS, I may switch into land and get Command B on and come in full auto land. Ought to be fun. See how this bird does in that situation. But all of this looks good, folks. Zettel, Ebby, and Ebby is, okay, now Zettel is in here wrong. Let's get that chart in here. Okay, so we figured out what we're doing here. Now let's go to 4 right. So you see we're going to come over Canarsie probably, come out 220. That's probably what I'll do. LaGuardia to Canarsie, outbound, hook in, grab the localizer, set up for full auto land, and we'll see if we actually end up having to fly it or not. I don't really know what this plane's going to do. I'll be totally honest. Ebby, however, is 1,500 feet, not Zettel. Zettel is 2,000. So we're going to do this. Click. Then 1,500. Okay, we got that set. So hard altitude of 2,000, hard altitude of 1,500, and then we'll trek on in. Everything is now set up in the FMC, except for the fact that I'm thinking about going to Canarsie. No, we'll keep it as is. I will just kind of work it to make it happen. So, because I don't know how far off we are here. Okay, so that takes care of the charts. But again, once we're on the ground on 4 right, we only have, folks, 8,400 feet to work with. I expect to use the whole runway. If we're lucky, we'll get the high speed, possibly onto Fox Alpha, the Fox, and then get in here to Gulf, over here to Lima Alpha. So it's going to be, we're going to try and aim for Terminal 2? Terminal 2. 63, 67. If they put me in here, that's fine. Okay, so charts away. Now, the next thing we got to work through. Oh wait, I still need that. Darn it. Back to airport. Okay, we're going to get rid of Volanta. And let's go ahead and put that away. Alright, so let's get over here to the performance. Landing performance. Okay. Load sheet. Looks good. Alright, so now the runway. Now what that means again, here comes the chart. 8,400 feet. That's a short runway, folks. We're not going to be able to use minimum brakes yet. Airport elevation 13, so that'll be 0. Runway is actually 12, so that still doesn't matter. 44. Okay, got no slope. We're gonna stay dry, and the temperature I think is 12. Uh, 12. Okay, pressure as of right now 2989. And our wind 030 at 9. That's still going to work unless we get that wind switched. Oh, Going the wrong way, folks. 030. 9 knots. Okay. Okay, we're going to come in flaps 30. Here's our speeds. Minimum is barely required. We're going to go medium on our brakes. And we'll set our speed bugs for now. We'll do this one more time as we get closer. And I'll probably do it over Johnston. I think it's called Johnston. Okay, so charts away. Jamestown. That was close. All right, let me get a better view here for y'all. 3.5 hours into the flight here. We're getting over Carlton here in about 20 miles. So I'm going to set Jamestown 14.7. And all that's doing, folks, is just giving us an eyeball where we are on here. It's 190 miles, so it may take a little bit. And if we were VOR to VOR to VOR, we'd just be running the outbound 089, and then once Jamestown comes in, we'd hook into the 276, and then we'd come off Jamestown outbound 115 down to Wilkes-Barre. Coming into Jamestown. Okay, folks, so there you go. That's our approach brief. Once Jamestown comes in line, we just right now need to figure out our descent. And since we're descending to 23, so at about 50 miles, 20, we'll call it 30 miles into Wilkes-Barre, we'll start our descent. Unless ATC tells us, something else. Okay, so for now I'll put that on the chart. There we go. So welcome aboard, everyone. Hope you enjoy the ride in. We've got instrument conditions ahead of us. Not really sure why I can't get the timer to work, but I can do it this way. So currently 6 miles, that's good. 500 feet, that's good. 2989, so we still could go category 1. So we will see as we come in over Detroit, Carlton area, and then we head out. Any questions, comments? Love to hear about the approach. If I missed something, boy, I'd love to know what I missed. I like trying to get that as on target as possible. Icelandic pilot, welcome aboard. Thanks for supporting the stream. Sure appreciate you coming in, along with the rest of y'all. It's a pleasure to fly and stream. take a look outside. We're not going to get many more chances here, folks. We're off Carlton now. But Detroit behind us. That's always a good place for Detroit. And sorry to say that to those of you that live in Detroit. Just never been a real big fan. But yeah, always good to have it behind us. I used to drive a truck, so. And I'm sure y'all hated us driving trucks there, so, eh. It is still very daunting, but, you know, once you put your feet in the water there, original Big Mac, test it out, Cessna, something you know how to fly, whatever airplane that be. Be it the canoe I've seen Melvin Leroy use. Believe it or not, somebody built a canoe with wings and we fly it on the sim. I haven't downloaded it. To this thing, to the Concorde. I don't know of any good Concordes in X-Plane or whatever sim. And just, you know, fly around your local airport. And then add the complexities, you know, oh, let's try to come in on this heading. Let's try to come in on this course to this VOR, this localizer, whatever. It just work at it in baby steps. But just getting the plane up is the big thing. Start with engines on. I mean, even some of Cessna can be daunting to people that don't know how to start it, even though it's a very simple plane to start. I can say that because I got 100 flying hours in it in the real world. To someone brand new, it's like coming up to my wife's car and trying to start it and go, where do you put the key in? Push the button. See what I mean? Okay, speaking of will they contact me? Anything changing here? Does not appear so. Oh, it did change. They're down. Well, oh well. Well, folks, I hate to say it right now. New York approach, departure, maybe they're changing. Get ready to say, we're gonna fly him to the ground. Be careful with saying that, folks. I might actually fly into the ground. But we are currently 45 minutes out. JFK, and look for a great approach, folks. I mean, I'm going to enjoy it because it's instrument conditions, and to me on steroids, because I'm not an instrument pilot in the real world. And while I have done this a couple of times in the Airbus, actually I think I did it once in the 727, and I've done it a lot on the Zibo and other aircraft. This one, I don't know what it can and can't do, so it's going to be fun. I'm assuming we can auto land. Yes, I know what assuming means. So, but if the weather conditions reported at JFK translate to the sim, we're going to have fun. So, let's see what kind of damage we can set up here. Alright, so here we are over the Great Lakes. Jamestown is, let's kind of swing it around here. Basically on the other side of the lake. Alright, so here we go. Do this. Just because it looks a little better on screen. There we go. Right in the middle of the contrails. Okay, we're coming out of Toronto's airspace here momentarily, back into Cleveland's, and then we'll be working our way down New York Center. They have got we actually will be in Cleveland for quite a bit. Hang on, this one's always so hard to read. Alright, so here shortly, let me see what we're looking at here. Curious, what about, wish there was an easy way to draw that out. What 50 miles to Wilkes-Barre is. I know a way, let's see. That'll work. Alright, so Maggio. When we cross Stent, then Maggio, just before Maggio. Okay. That'll work. Okay, so what I'm talking about actually, DMAC. Where's DMAC? Oh, here it is. But yeah, that'll be right about in here is where we'll start it, so. All right, so little ways to go. Let's pop in here. All right, make sure I got my bearings on what radios are set to what. 14.7 is Jamestown. Wilkes-Barre will be 11.6. I do not expect a reading 93. Huh, wonder why I'm not getting one in reverse. Interesting. But yeah, we'll plan 40, 50 miles from Maggio, so yeah, 50 miles out of Williamsport. Okay, so everything's going well. Famous last words. Oh, look who's in here. Welcome aboard, Hawker 125. Hope they didn't mistreat you too well, or too much, over there at the corn patch. Well, just to catch you up there, Mr. Hawker, 3 hours, 45 minutes since we took off from San Francisco. Currently shows 36 minutes out of JFK. Granted, that'll go up as we go down. Law of gravity. Everything that goes up must come down. Okay, yeah, I know, that's reversed, but anyway. So yeah, we're gonna give this a shot. We're aiming for 4 right if you haven't seen that. And yeah, I do like the 7.4s. I also got a lot of time in the 777 as well, which I haven't bought yet, nor will I for at least a couple months. So, catch everyone up. And last check, we'll be going 4 right, the Cat 2 approach. But that wasn't the one. Where is... Yes, still currently no ATC up in the area. They were, but they heard Flying with Mike was coming and they all did the right thing, duck and cover. So we're coming up to Jamestown and we'll begin the run down to Wilkes-Barre and into the Lindy approach 4 right. Oh, still way too much time for that to happen. I do it myself. Don't need any help. No, but if ATC comes up, they may be of some help in the vectoring process from LaGuardia to the approach. But it's been a really good flight so far. My takeoff wasn't all over the place. I was right on it, slightly ahead of it, like I was really hoping to be. Everything's been coming together so well. Hopefully it won't come apart on the approach. And we're going to maybe set up for an auto land. Catch everyone up. We'll see. See how the weather really pans out here. Never know with Flight Sim. All right, so we are now... Oh, we're not. We're not picking up Wilkes-Barre yet. Okay, Wilkes-Barre is on this radio. Jamestown on this one. So we're 43 miles from Jamestown. Well, now, no, not really. you look at the approach, 4 right, Cat 2, Cat 3, which is what I'm setting up for, RVR is not being reported. Last I checked. Let's look back. Yeah, I'm not getting an RVR. I got 6 miles visibility, dude. So, I'm technically right on the cusp of a Cat 1 approach. I'm going to do it safe and fly in on the Cat 2-3. But I've got plenty of visibility. It's the ceiling that's right at the max. But the RVR requirement for Cat 3 is 6, 12 for Cat 2. For those that are curious. And again, for those who are curious, let you all see the chart since we do have 30 miles. Here is 4 right. And again, what I'm thinking of doing, and I may not really have a lot of airspace to do this in, LaGuardia to here is vectors. Thought about coming down to Canarsie, coming out on a 220, swing it around. I may be being too close here. This is only a 14,000 foot runway, runway 31. Swinging a 747 around like that isn't going to happen. So I think I'm just going to come straight off LaGuardia and eventually cut in here at about 10 to 20 miles out, bring it in. Yeah, only 14,000. Yeah, it's the one they use to get to Far East, where your ANA, JAL, Air China would use. Here's the departure. Zettel will be at 2,000. Ebby is mandatory 1,500. Glide slope. Then you can see the minimums at the bottom. 800 feet a minute's what it should be doing down the glide path. We'll see. And we'll have a discrepancy with glide path and glide slope. So when we look at the VATSIMs for the blink of an eye, we may be showing high or low. But to turn a 747 there, Hawker, on 14,000, that's only 2 miles? I don't think so. Gonna need at least 5 miles. So that's why I'm thinking of doing that with LaGuardia. As long as I can stay east of the East River, yeah. That way I'm not over Manhattan. Because if I swing around the other way, then I'm on the departure side and interfering with that. So there you go, folks. Another recap. And to catch you up, Hawker, here's our performance calculations. We'll be doing again here. Actually, any time now, because I was going to do it again at Johnston or Jamestown, and we're about to come over that. Just to make sure all my numbers are right. Oh, don't be going to the north. We got to go south. All right, man, go enjoy. Get your popcorn ready. 29 minutes to go, folks. All right, so that also means let's get a checklist up here. We'll begin starting through this to some degree. Obviously, we're not going to be able to set altimeters. arm spoilers. We're not coming off radio INS until LaGuardia, but a lot of the other stuff we can get set up. We're not going to switch the EPR. We can get this stuff ready, but not yet. So we can get some of this in play. For now, though. Oh, where are we hiding? Uh-oh. Here we are. Got traffic to our northwest, or to our 1011, as we head for Wilkes-Barre, right about here, and that's where we'll start the approach, folks, into JFK. Corned beef and cabbage time. Trying to get that luck of the Irish. All right, Sid. We look at the chart here, we kind of zoom in. Wilkes-Barre is right here, so should be starting to pick it up here soon. And again, I'm guesstimating about 30 to 40 miles from there we'll start down, so we can make that 23,000 foot mark at Genoa. Genoa. No speed restrictions, so. Our only speed restriction comes in at Lindy, 19,000 feet and 250. Again, so long as we don't have ATC, I plan to go blasting all the way down. And then I'm going to hold at LaGuardia at about, my mind is saying maybe, maybe about 8,000 feet. 5 to 8,000, and then we can make the nice gentle descent to 2,000 to bring her in on the localizer. So there you go, folks. You've gotten a lot of arrival brief here. So I'm thinking outside, talking myself through it. Clouds are starting to show up. All right, let's get the latest weather. Okay, latest weather, 17, 21. Okay, so still 030. Okay, let's get over here. Okay, 030.8. Altimeter still 89, still 12. Hang on just a second, folks. Alrighty, so the weather finally came up on its own. I'll be doggone. How about that? That's good to see. So that's what we're working on, folks. Okay. Now, one caveat here, folks. We've got a electrician coming to the house. Hopefully, he doesn't trip my circuit and we go dark. I will cry. You just won't get to hear it. Hopefully not. I'm pretty sure he won't. But Yeah. Just a heads up. We got a couple of items that need to be worked on for the occupancy permitting that happens here in our bloodthirsty, money-hungry county. All right, so all right, folks, so here we go. Let's see if anything's showing up yet from Wilkes-Barre. Not yet, but we are getting a good ground speed of 520. So that's always good. Should be popping in here soon. Make sure I got right frequencies. 11.6. So it should pop up here. We're about halfway there. All right, so okay, folks, I'll be right back. Need to use the lab, and we're going to be set up for the approach. Stand by. All right, folks, we're back. And I would thought we'd be on. Oh, Wilkes-Barre may be coming online. It'll be a heading 115. May not have DME. Great. Okay, so we're going to have to think this through. 93. Okay. Let's see where we are. Oh yeah, we need to start down. Down to 20. Actually, we're going to go all the way down. I had a feeling we were in too close. I do this all the time on this. Okay, let me, we're at 280 right now. Okay, hang on folks, we're gonna switch into VS. A little bit steeper. Okay, so what we did here, folks, in case you're all curious. First thing I did is came down here, switched us. We're still in cruise, moved us over to IAS. I'll show you that here real quick. Okay, so this is speed, which is IAS Mach EPR. Then I came up here, moved us to VS. With us in altitude select and set to our altitude, I then moved to VS, dropped it down. If you look at it from the sides, see how it's got numbering? I set it up for 2,000 feet a minute down. And that'll control by speed. As we start getting lower, we'll start using the speed brakes. All right, so
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned off fastest seatbelt sign. We are now passing the zone of turbulence. Please return your seats and keep your seatbelt fastened. Thank you.
all right, folks, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to run the checklist to a point. Oh, wait a minute. I want to get this set. Medium. Okay, let's see if anything's showing up. DC Philly Tower, DC approach. We're still good. Okay. Now lens shows up 25 miles out. Okay, so the next VOR, Stillwater. 109. 6. 64 miles. And then we head to Lindy and then LaGuardia. Still got 20 miles to go over Wilkes-Barre. Now, again, folks, I am going to warn you, we could drop. We have an electrician here. He will, and the breakers in this house are set up really screwy. Hoping, praying we won't, especially with this approach coming in. I am so stoked and hoping to be able to fly it. But if it is on that breaker, I will cry, but will another day. Okay, there we go, folks. There's Wilkes-Barre. Geno is 23,000. We'll watch if we're getting close. I'll dial it up. We might make that. You know what? I am going to dial it up. $23,000. Okay. Start down here with the fuel pumps. All looking really good. Okay, so now we are tanked the engine. Now we'll keep it so they're all feeding each other. Packs are looking good. Actually, let's go ahead. 12 degrees. Go ahead and bring the wing ice on. And set our minimums. All right, so we're getting a little fast, so here we go. Okay, folks, here we go. Crossing Wilkes-Barre. Coming up on 23, so we're on profile now. Distance out 13 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of Pan Am, thanks for flying with us. We're approximately 15 minutes out, and look forward to your business again. Flight attendants, prepare the aircraft for gate arrival. Okay, we've passed Wilkes-Barre, 33 miles out of Stillwater. So here we go. Okay, folks. Hopefully, we're not on that breaker. He's getting ready to turn it off. Fingers crossed, prayers. We're It sounds like we may be good. Yay, we're gonna make the landing, folks. Yay! All right, folks, jump for joy. Here we come. New York City, stand by. Flying with Mike's getting ready to make a flyby. All right, let me get my chart up here. There's Geno. Again, next is Lindy at 19,000 feet. Folks, we're going for 10. I don't have any approach up. Actually, I am going to try something here, folks. Please let me know what you think. I'm going to put this up in the corner. So you all can see it where we are. Let me know how that works out for you, if you want it or not, in the chat room. Love to see it. So, Geno just crossed. Here we go. 10,000. Okay, altitude select 280, 280, 250 here. I wish I knew how far away from the field. Well, actually, I do know. Yeah, I do know. Let's go ahead. I'll do the same. Okay, there we go, folks, and let's get that altimeter again, 2989. So 19,000 will begin setting that. 134. He should beat us in. Okay, Stillwater is 9. Let's get LaGuardia on here. 13. Oh, we're too far out for LaGuardia. That's okay. 096. Perfect. Okay. Turning the radar down so we can get the most out of it. There we go. Okay. Stillwater crossing, heading to Lindy. 34-mile speed run, 109 degrees. And we're picking up LaGuardia now. Okay. Okay, we're set. There's 18,000. All right, so folks, we're going to go ahead, start it. We'll have to switch off that that one. Everything else should be good. Get the fuel heat off. Okay, here we go.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
On.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brake.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Damn.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Spoilers.
Damn.
Altimeters.
1012. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR, and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel leak. Off. EPR computer. Wait. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Okay. Let's go ahead and start slowing to 250. Speed brakes. Okay, coming up on 250. That way we can cross Lindy and probably continue on down to 5,000, folks. Okay, no landing lights, not yet. Okay, so speed brakes. Back to you in a second. Start flap 1 at between 219, okay, around 219, 199, 179, okay.
Down to level off.
Okay, that'll be perfect. Then we turn to LaGuardia, then we come down. Okay. There's 10,000, so we're going to go ahead.
10,000. Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Okay, we're all set. Make the turn at Lindy. We'll go direct LaGuardia. I may actually come off and fly it to is it 135. Okay, one more check here. 44. $109.5.
Cabin ready.
Okay, cabin's ready. Here we go, folks. Okay, we're ready up top and down below. 8 miles. Okay, we are just over the Bronx, getting ready to make our turn. Real quick, then we're going to get rid of Volanta here. Okay. Again, we're keeping that chart there for now. If it's in the way for y'all, let me know, and we'll get rid of that. Three miles, going to heading, outbound 224. Okay. Okay, there we go, folks. We'll start our descent to 3,000. Just above flap 1 speed. Kennedy traffic, Clipper 14, approximately 10 miles west, pressing south to intercept the localizer 4 right, type 747. Yep, Canarsie would have been in too tight. Alright folks, so we're at that discontinuity. That's why it shows that there. We're off the INS, so if I click that, oh, gotta clear it first. Hang on, let's do it where I can. All right. Okay, we're drifting a little, so let's come over. 12 miles from LaGuardia. Eventually, I'm going to get on the 109.5 here. Thought we were going to have a DME, but we don't.
Glide slope alive.
Okay, we got a glide slope. Localizer's alive. DME is dead. Unless we have to turn into it. Ah, thank you there, Big Mac. We appreciate it. All right, let's keep that only up there. Oh, I didn't get a full 90 like I thought. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead now and turn 090. Put it on VOR. Even though the glide slope's available, let's bring us down to 10. Okay, I'm coming down to 80 actually.
Flaps 1.
And JFK traffic, Clipper 14, approximately 2 miles from Zeta, inbound on the ILS 44 right.
Flaps 5. Flaps 10.
Okay, so we're set for flaps 10. We're at or above 2,000. Should be grabbing that localizer any minute now, and it is confirmed. 1095. 1095. Bingo. Localizer. DME. Slowing to 160. Okay. Now we're just waiting on the glide path. All right, latest weather real quick. Zero 03 500, 10-mile visibility. Okay, so we should break out to pretty decent visibility. But we're going to auto land just to be safe. Glide slope's coming down. 8-mile final. Okay, set for 100. Glide slope, gear down. JFK traffic, Clipper 14 heavy, 8-mile final, runway 4, gear down, 4 left. I'm sorry, correction, 4 right.
Gears down, green light.
Good deal. Gears down. Here we go. Final checks.
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check.
Flaps 20.
Flaps.
Give me a second here, folks.
Auto land status arm.
130, 144. Okay. Okay, we're armed for auto land.
Flaps 25. Flaps 25.
Flaps 25. Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check. Flaps 30.
Altimeter.
Ladies and gentlemen, have just been
1,
cleared to land.
0, 1,
Please make
2.
sure your
Set
seatbelt
and
is
cross
fully
check.
fastened.
1000.
Landing checklist complete.
JFK traffic, last radio call. 4-mile final, gear down, fully established. Cat 3 approach, 4 right. All right, folks. 500. Should be breaking out.
500.
Runway in sight. Gonna take it. My plane.
Sync rate.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Check reverse. Auto brake off. 60
We will
knots.
take this taxiway.
Out, off, reverse.
Okay, we're out of reverse.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport. For your safety and comfort, please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until the captain...
JFK traffic, Clipper 14, clear for right taxi to Terminal 2. All right, folks, welcome to JFK. Wow, we came off at Fox. I wasn't expecting that. Okay, we'll go ahead and cross. Let's get her cleaned up.
Flaps up.
Okay, back to heading mode. Flight director's off. Okay, there we go, folks. Welcome into JFK. Oh, the original Big Mac wins the guess. 325. Clear left and work on the runway. All right, like I said, folks, that's a new feature there, putting that charts page up like that. Let me know if you liked it or if you think it needs to go. Okay. Makes it nice for me, though. All right, let me see where we are here. Get over here to Alpha. I'll be right with y'all, folks. All right, folks, we're back. Just getting our smoke detectors all set up for the re-inspect. All right, so folks, there you go. We are taxiing over to Terminal 2. What a fun ride this has been. 4 hours and almost 5. By the time we get there, it could very well be 5 hours. So, Okay, and here, let's take a look outside the plane. Terminal 2, I see it out there in the distance, folks. While the actual Pan Am World Port has been torn down here at JFK. That's a shame too, because that was like Terminal 5, historic. And they found a way to keep it. They tore this one down. Who knows what'll come up in its place. But, yep, folks, we're on our way. Let's see. Go back over here. Is there anything else? Oh, okay. We do have a couple things, and then we'll run the after takeoff. 7. We'll go to manual. Get that APU getting ready to crank. Nice and easy around the horn here and into our terminal over there. Double L is, no, LA, I'm sorry, is where we're turning. All right, folks, so final leg of the taxi, believe it or not. No, we're not going to park in Terminal 1. I'd like to cheat, but we'll go on down to where we're supposed to. As I remember, we were able to pull off a pretty good jetway setup here. There's our taxiway 2 down. All right, we need to run that cleanup, so anything else? Aft cargo heat. Yeah, we need to turn that off. Start.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Outer brakes. Engine and wing anti-ice.
Damn.
Yep, I forgot. Hang on, we'll in.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Standby.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valve. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
crew, disarm slides.
Okay. Oh, it's not setting.
Parking brake set. Parking brake released. Parking brake set. Parking brake released. Parking brake set.
It's not
Parking
setting.
brake released. Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on. Chocks are on. Cockpit to ground. Connect ground power.
Okay.
Ground power connected. Cabin crew, doors may be opened.
Ladies and gentlemen, please check around your seat for any personal belongings you might have brought on board with you, and please use caution when opening the overhead bins, as heavy articles may have shifted around during the flight. On behalf of
Hey, I think I came into that jetway. That's okay. All right, we'll only have one door here. That's okay. We had both of these, I think, is what we did. That's okay.
All right, secure cockpit checklist. Brakes. Hold on. Beacon lights. Damn. Off. INS. Align. Probe and window heat. Off.
Back valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. This. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights. Hold on. Off. Radar. Damn. Off.
INS. This. Off. Radio switches. Wait.
Checklist completed.
Okay, folks, there we go. We're fully into the gate here, offloading, and hope you all enjoyed. I'm going to log this. And, well, we enjoyed you being here, Big Mac. Look forward. We'll be at it again tomorrow, 7:27 from New Orleans to KC, otherwise known as KMCI Airport. All right, let's real quick. I'm gonna make sure nobody by chance. There's JFK. Okay. Wow, LaGuardia's up. Anyone around us? Nope. Okay. Kill that. Kill that. Disconnect. I said disconnect. All right, so we're off VATSIM now, folks. One big thing though I do like to do. Let's pop out side. Get a nice rooftop shot since we've got a 3-story tall aircraft. There we go. I'm going to bring some toolkit into this. Okay, and that's all logged. Getting some toolkit 348. Good job there, original Big Mac, on the good guess there. I actually thought it was better, but, you know, it is what it is. I'm not going to complain. So we go over here to landing reports. Let's go to here. It may say we're off. Oh no, I think we're right. Yes, okay, good deal. All right, so blue dots threshold, touchdowns here, and folks, that is not that bad when you look at it. Just past the aiming bars, right before the first set after. Right on the center line, not even a foot off, and 1,500 feet down. Little slow on the landing, about 3 or 4 knots. Again, nothing to be of disgrace. 348, I thought it did better, but, you know, hey, it's not me recording it, it's a computer. So, really a great flight, great time I've had. And let's pull that away. Let's do a quick, we're going to run a different song here because we really don't, you know, there's no need to run a lot of, well, no, we can. We'll just run the great finale because you know what? That's what we do. All right, so flight, replay. Can I close them? No. Okay, stand by. See if I can close them now. Of course.
Hit the ground. Put the chocks on. Chocks removed. Chocks are on.
Okay, let's close up these doors. All right, let's try it again. Here we go, folks. Oh, I think I know where it gigged me. Oh, I'm still having a hard time with it, but, you know, hey, it is what it is, folks. One more time. Okay, just solid. That was a really good landing, folks. I mean, right on this. Whoops. We need to go that way. Nice. Go back and look at that again. Go back a little further. Let's see if I can't get a... That really looked good, folks. All right, folks. Well, that was phenomenal. We're going to go back one more time. I forgot, we do have one interior view. Go about right there. See how it looked from their perspective. Not bad. Wow, really good. See the reverse open up. Oh yeah. All right, one more time out. Oh wow, the tower's almost in. Well, folks, welcome into JFK. A little over 300 feet a minute landing. Beautiful flight. Almost 5 hours. Folks, we had a blast. We're sitting over where the old World Port was. We'll be doing this again in the very near future. Folks, you all have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is New Orleans over to Kansas City. See what kind of trouble that brings us. But for now, well, I really don't see anyone we can really hand this over to, so we're just going to kind of end the stream here with us coming up. Well, you know what? We'll do it this way. Boom, put us in the stand. All right, folks, then we'll go here, up, and you all can get a good look at the Clipper Wicked Witch, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Same, well, we're going to try to come on tomorrow at, well, we're going to try for 16 Zulu. If that doesn't work, we'll be on as quick as we can. God bless y'all. Hope y'all have a great night. See you tomorrow. Again, folks, God bless, and I really hope you have a great night. Thanks for flying with Mike.